They're all in the gate. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. A picture perfect start. It's Spetro who's sent to the front end. Bobby the Tank's in second, then it's Kegs in third. Wild Bankers to the outside of finalist at the back as they get ready to corner around that first turn. It's Spetro who's on top, has a lead by about a length over Bobby the Tank who's on the outside. Finalist comes on through towards the rail, and finalist is only 3 parts of a length off the lead. Now back into third as Bobby the Tank is the immediate danger to Spetro's early lead. The back two markers, Kegs is to the outside of Wild Banker at the tail of the field. About 4 lengths from top to bottom as they race up the backstretch. Spetro has the lead, first quarter, 24 seconds. Spetro leads by 3 parts of a length. Bobby the Tank and the green blinkers outside second. Finalist blue blinkers towards the inside in third. Wild Bankers to the inside of Kegs. Those two about 3.5 lengths off the lead at the back of the pack. The half and 48 2/5 as they make the entry into the far turn. Spetro, the lead's a length and a half. Bobby the Tank engages outside in second. Finalist towards the inside third. Kegs is in fourth. And a couple lengths back to Wild Banker, who's been shuffled back to the tail of the field. As they wind their way to the quarter pole, it's Spetro, finalist, now threatens on the outside. Bobby the Tank drops back in third. Kegs and Wild Banker on the outside, fourth and fifth as they reach the top of the stretch. Spetro cuts the corner. Finalists under a heavy drive outside second. These two clear by 8 lengths over Bobby the Tank and Wild Banker. They run to the 16th pole. A feud between Spetro and finalists. Spetro digs in. Finalist on the outside. Here's the winning line. Close. Spetro, I thought got a good bob there, but that's a photo fit. 6-1 upset. First race official. $14.20. The winning mutual. Exacta. $85.50. All in the gate. And they're off. Fast start for Makar, who's hustled for the lead. Unity Dreams on the far outside. Dancing with Jake's at the fence. One with Everything's in fourth to the inside of Skellig Island. Bond Chance will be 3 wide around that first turn in second last. And Vesuvio's deep on the course at the back of the pack as they circle around the first turn. It's Makar who wanted that lead and has it by a length and a half. Unity Dreams rates in second. Dancing with Jake in a ground-saving mode in third. Bond Chance 3 wide fourth. Skellig Island in between horses in fifth, 5 lengths off the lead, a length and a half to One with Everything, who's about 7 lengths in front of Vesuvio, who's at the back. First quarter mile clicked off in 24 seconds, less than 5 furlongs to go. Makar doling out the fractions, the leads 2 lengths. Dancing with Jake with an early move up the inside, up into second. Unity Dreams outside of him in third. Skellig Island to the inside of Bond Chance, who's 4 wide up the backstretch in fifth, 5.5 off the lead. Then 5 lengths back to One with Everything, and then about 15 lengths to Vesuvio, who trails the half and 48 2/5. Makar on the far turn widens the lead to 5 lengths over Dancing with Jake. Skellig Island towards the inside in third. Unity Dreams backpedals. Bond Chance is outside of him, and then it's One with Everything in second last as they arrive at the top of the stretch, and it's all Makar. Makar comes off the turn, leading by 10 lengths. Skellig Island is in second. Dancing with Jake's in third. Bond Chance on the outside fourth, but gosh, 20 lengths off the lead. And with the 16th to go, it's Makar. Makar and jockey Andre Worry are well clear of the rest. Skellig Island will be second. Dancing with Jake third. Bond Chance fourth. And try $21.12. Dime Super $17.12. Third race from Finger Lakes, there are no changes. And they're off, taking up after the start, Mrs. Bell. It's Laughter and Bad Connection, the inside two going out for the lead. The gray Ouch, That Hurts outside in third. 3 more lengths, Jolly Miss Jill to the inside of Georgie's Ladies fourth and fifth. And after that bad start, Mrs. Bell's at the tail of the field. 2 horses dueling on the front end, less than a half mile to go. Bad Connection to the outside of Laughter. Ouch, That Hurt. The 2-1 co-favorite in third, 3 lengths off the lead, a space of about 5. Georgie's Ladies is in fourth, and 2 lengths, and Mrs. Bell is out of last. Jolly Miss Jill's at the tail of the field as they reach the quarter pole. Bad connection with a slender lead. Laughter comes right back at her, and Laughter reclaims the lead. Ouch, That Hurt is under a drive, but trying to advance on the 3 wide side, and Mrs. Bell from far back is about 7 lengths off the lead. Laughter has the lead with 1 furlong to go. Ouch, That Hurt bearing down on the outside second. Mrs. Bell's in third, 16th to go. It's Laughter who leads by a couple lengths over Ouch, That Hurt, and Laughter will prevail. Ouch, That Hurt second. Mrs. Bell third, close 42 cents. Race number 4 from Finger Lakes. Scratch number 1, Big Rich. That's part of an entry. Number 1 beat. And they're off. It's Courageous Ola and Gimme the Money. These two dash out for the lead, joined by Monomoy Beach, who's in between those two in third. Flowing River emerges fourth. Old Man Winter towards the inside in fifth. A space of 3, No Confession. Yellow Blinkers 6. Passing Fighter Kite in seventh. Civil Service is in second last, and Fiery Hearts at the back of the pack, and about 14 lengths off the lead. Half mile to go. Courageous Ola hugs the inside, has the lead by a length and a half. Flowing River threatens outside in second. Monomoy Beach 3 wide third. Old Man Winters towards the inside. Gimme the Money is stuck out very wide on the turn. 3.5, 4 lengths off the lead. Then it's No Confession, followed up by Fighter Kite. Fiery Heart and Civil Service are at the back of the pack, both about 9 lengths off the lead. It's Flowing River who has headed. Courageous Ola. Old Man Winter nowhere really to go. Monomoy Beach is outside with Gimme the Money. Here's No Confession on the grandstand side. Fiery Heart even further out, wide open here with a final furlong to go. Old Man Winter now gets that lead in mid-stretch as it's No Confession on the far outside is closing in. Flowing River is also right there, but it's Old Man Winter. Old Man Winter lighting up the tote board at 17-1. Photo for second between Fighter Kite, 45 cents. And pick 3, $44.37. And they're off. Good start. Rise Advantage barreling out for the lead. Cadillac Joe on the outside. Cadillac Joe grabs that lead. Rise Advantage races in second. Renaissance Man third. Mossad towards the inside fourth. Rebellious Type is in between horses in fifth. Then a length back to Sanzio towards the inside sixth. And 3 parts of a length to Asleep at 8, who's at the tail of the field and about 9 lengths off the lead and trying to advance as they make the entry into the turn. It's Cadillac Joe who opens up by about 5 lengths. Rise Advantage still holds on to second over Renaissance Man. Sanzio's towards the inside, skimming the inside in fourth. Sleep at 8 circles up on the extreme outside, and then it's Rebellious Type and Mossad's at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch, and Cadillac Joe has a huge lead. Cadillac Joe into the stretch has the lead, but let's call it 10 lengths over Asleep at 8, who's now up into second. Sanzio's up the inside in third, and then it's Rise Advantage and Rebellious Type. 16th to go. It's Cadillac Joe. Cadillac Joe ran this field off their collective feet. A 7-1 upset. Cadillac Joe close for second. Sanzio second over Asleep at 8, and then it was Rebellious Type. And they're off. Good start. Rise Advantage barreling out for the lead. Cadillac Joe on the outside. Cadillac Joe grabs that lead. Rise Advantage races in second. Renaissance Man third. Mossad towards the inside fourth. Rebellious Type is in between horses in fifth. Then a length back to Sanzio towards the inside sixth. And 3 parts of a length to Asleep at 8, who's at the tail of the field and about 9 lengths off the lead and trying to advance as they make the entry into the turn. It's Cadillac Joe who opens up by about 5 lengths. Rise Advantage still holds on to second over Renaissance Man. Sanzio's towards the inside, skimming the inside in fourth. Sleep at 8 circles up on the extreme outside, and then it's Rebellious Type and Mossad's at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch, and Cadillac Joe has a huge lead. Cadillac Joe into the stretch has has the lead, but call it 10 lengths over Asleep at 8, who's now up into second. Sanzio's up the inside in third, and then it's Rise Advantage and Rebellious Type. 16th to go. It's Cadillac Joe. Cadillac Joe ran this field off their collective feet. A 7-1 upset. Cadillac Joe close for second. Sanzio second over Asleep at 8, and then it was Rebellious Type into the five figures. $17,976 and a meaningless 75 cents. And they're off. Not a good start for 7th Race Shake, who is last. It's Burning Money who's sending out for the lead. Sweet Julian towards the inside. Drive-through is 3 deep. And then it's Just a Guy and Free Folk who stuck out very wide in 5th, but only a length and a half off the lead. 7th Race Shake advances up the inside in 6th. And then in 7th, that's Saratoga Weekend. Go Get the Bag runs along in 8th. Support the Cats in 9th, 7 lengths off the lead and a gap of about 4 lengths to One Vision, who trails the field. Onto the turn. It's Drive-Through who has the lead by a half length over Burning Money. Just a Guy outside of Drive-Through. Free Folk has been deep on the turn throughout, but only a half length off the lead. And then in 5th place, Saratoga Weekend. Go Get the Bag goes wide with Support the Cat as they arrive at the top of the stretch. It's Drive-Through who is the first to face us. Free Folk and Just a Guy bearing down on the outside, 2nd and 3rd. Burning Money's in 4th. And then in 5th, Saratoga Weekend. 16th to go. Drive-Through on top by a little over 2 lengths over Just a Guy in 2nd. It's Drive-Through. Drive-Through in front. Just a Guy 2nd and got very close for 3rd. Either $16.20 the winning mutual, 6 race official. Daily double, $116. Exacted 2 on the gate. And they're off. It's Rocket Money, hustled out for the lead with dashing speed. Billy at the gates at the fence. Saratoga Warriors also in the vanguard in the 2-path. Saratoga Warrior, Billy at the gate, 1st and 2nd. Rocket Money outside 3rd with dashing speed, out sprinted now in 4th. A length and a half, 2 to Unbroken Chain is about 3 lengths in front of gray-haired Gus, who's at the back. Half mile to go. Billy at the gate on top by a half length over Saratoga Warrior, who's pressing the pace in 2nd. Rocket Money outside in 3rd. Unbroken Chain draws ever closer. Unbroken Chain's up into 3rd, a length and a half off the lead, seems to have some run. 2nd last is gray-haired Gus and about 9 lengths off the lead, and with dashing speed trails the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. Saratoga Warrior, Unbroken Chain will go to the outside with Rockin' Money. Billy at the gate's not going away towards the rail. Billy at the gate, Unbroken Chain. Saratoga Warrior across the track, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. And it's Unbroken Chain forging to the front in mid-stretch. Billy at the gate and Saratoga Warrior go for the place, but it's Unbroken Chain who draws clear late. Billy at the gate holds 2nd. Saratoga Warrior 3rd. Gray-haired Dime Super, $9.65. 8th and final Finger Lakes, Juan Negron on number 8, Grand Lady Indy. And they're off. Good start for Bayou Melody, but it's Fast Fran who gets off the mark the best and goes out for the lead. I'm a lot of ladies in 2nd. Bayou Melody's in 3rd. Grand Lady Indy 4 wide in 4th. Then it's My Royal Vow mid-flight in 5th. Devilly and Isle Storm are next, and 3 lengths to Let's Maga, who's to the inside. To reiterate, those two about 9 lengths off the lead as they make the entry into the turn. Fast Fran on top, the lead's a length and a half as Bayou Melody comes to confront outside in 2nd. Isle Storms towards the inside. My Royal Vow getting on track up into 3rd, 3 wide, passing Amalata Lady as well as Isle Storm. Let's Maga is next, but 10 lengths off the lead, and then it's Devilly towards the inside and 3rd last as they reach the top of the stretch. Fast Fran's homeward bound has a lead by 4. My Royal Vow to the outside of Bayou Melody for 2nd, and then it's Amalata Lady and Isle Storm. They run to the 16th pole. It's Fast Fran on top by 4 over My Royal Vow is up into 2nd, but Fast Fran's going to get to the finish line in front today. My Royal Vow 2nd. Close for 3rd, Amalata Lady or Bayou Melody. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. It's a Monday afternoon of thoroughbred horse racing. Right now, track being called good. Drying out surface, lots of wind. So hopefully in about an hour we might get up to fast, but right now, track being called good. Mention 8 races on tap, 59 minutes to race number 1. My name is Bill Downs, track announcer here at Finger Lakes. And I've got the scratches and changes for today's card. In the first race, late work for number 5, Lucy Playa. Work out at Finger Lakes, August 22nd, 3 furlong sloppy surface, 38.20 breezing. And the owner of number 6, Canary Storm, should read Hudson River Farms. Race number 2. Ownership of the 2 Go Get It should read Sunnycrest Farm and Luann Bianchi. Race 3. No changes in the 3rd. No changes in the 4th. 4th race, got that pick 5 carryover. Pick 5 carryover of $12,308. $12,308 in the late pick 5 carryover here at Finger Lakes. That starts on the 4th. 5th race, scratch number 8, Rockable. Number 8, Rockable, is scratch in the 5th. Race 6. No changes. No changes in race 6. Race number 7, do have a scratch. Scratch number 6, Majestic Frontier. Number 6, Majestic Frontier, a scratch from the 7th. Late work for number 4, 42 Ace. Workout at Finger Lakes, August 20th. 4 furlong sloppy surface, 52.30 breezing. Late work for number 8, Post Facto. Workout at Finger Lakes, August 20th. 3 furlong sloppy surface, 38.40 breezing. 8th and final, there are no changes. Make your plans to be at Finger Lakes on Labor Day. A Labor Day extravaganza. We'll have incredible prices on Sweegle hot dogs as well as sodas for just $1 beginning at 11:30 a.m. at the pavilion on Clubhouse side and at the Wire concession stand located on the racing floor. Domestic drafts will be just $3 until 4 p.m. We'll have our annual Jockey's Foot Race after the 5th. That's a fundraiser for the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund, the PDJF. Finger Lakes will donate $200 for each jockey that participates in the foot race. And your first $10 wagers on the house. It's our popular $10 bet and get bounce back promotion. Just wager $10, win, place, or show on any Finger Lakes live race with the mutual clerks in the upper grandstand or lower clubhouse to receive a bounce back coupon to redeem at the Lucky North Rewards desk for $10 gaming free play on your next visit. One redemption per person. And the free play is good for 30 days starting the next day on September 2nd. We'll have free Finger Lakes racing programs for those of you with us on Labor Day. And the racing will be pretty good as well. I got the $50,000 Arctic Queen Stakes that will highlight the Labor Day card here at Finger Lakes. Got about 54 minutes to race number 1. Handicapping with Dave is next. He'll go over all the races, including the Pick 5 sequence, with that carryover of just over $12,000. Have fun and good luck.
I'm David Tyson, Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. Man, summer's almost over, isn't it? Coming up on Labor Day. Notice got a little bit of rain yesterday. It's just kind of a passing storm. It actually turned out to be a nice day in the afternoon. But yeah, it was probably a good thing. Remember, we did a little refreshing on the track over this week. Kind of we used to call it resurfacing, but it isn't a full resurface. But they did a refresh on the track during the dark days. So the rain probably did well to tighten it up a little bit. And we just went to fast this morning. We did get a lot of moisture in the track. So it should be a nice racetrack out there for today's festivities. Here's the situation, though. We got a Pick 5 carryover for the late one. Remember, we have an early one and a late one now. Over $12,000. If you look at the card for the late Pick 5s, kind of like, going back early to last week, not an easy, of course, it ended up carrying over. If you looked at, I thought Tuesday and Wednesday last week, they weren't easy. Wednesday ended up getting a couple of prices in that sequence, causing the carryover into today. A couple of big long shots that were difficult to come up with. Obviously, nobody did. At least nobody put it together to get that late Pick 5. So we can enjoy it now, put together your tickets, but then you look at it, isn't the easy Pick 5 to narrow down where you can just say, man, this is a single. You may even want to have a couple singles so you can spread out a little bit in a couple of those races. But however you want to put it together, it's a good pool because you're going to have over $12,000 to start. And then something tells me some people are going to be putting some money into it today that you could have at least a $50,000 pool. We'll see. I'm looking forward to it. And we'll go over it. We'll go over all the races today. First, we'll start off with the first race. Remember, we got Labor Day coming up in just 1 week. They'll be actually drawing for the Labor Day card today. That's how quickly Labor Day is coming up. We have the Jockey Foot Race. We already drew for that one. They got post positions and everything. Carlos Camilo, heavy favorite for that, for Labor Day. We'll talk about that more later. Right now we'll talk about the first. It's a maiden race for fillies and mares. This one starts the early pick 5. Maybe throw into the early pick 5. I know they kind of overlap a little bit, but you know you got it going, then you can throw down for the late one. That's the plan. The early pick 5 has the 2-year-old race in it as well, so this is a good early one as well. Am I taking the Niz and Torelli on top? Yes, I am with Merlin F. This horse ran a big race last time, and I already see it opened up 6-1 morning line, so not a lot of respect for the Niz here. Merlin F, if you watch the replay, this horse gave away at least 5 or 6 lengths at the start and made a nice middle move to get into the race and just couldn't catch Adjustable Rate, who kind of got away at that point. And that was the situation. Adjustable Rate, it was a good bounce back effort by that one, who had some trouble in the previous start. But I think Merlin F might have been best if she got the better start. And considering that was her debut, if she gets a better start today, you got to think that she's going to run well today. I mean, you do have a couple new players in here. You got Sabby Sunset, who's a new face. You got Good Mission coming in here for Barrow. You got a first-time starter, an interesting one for Mike Ferraro with Canary Storm. So new shooters here, maybe a slightly tougher field, but I would expect Merlin F with a better start and a sharper performance is going to be one of the top contenders in here and should be tough. I got that one on top. Now, Other People's Money is one of those horses that are coming in here. This is another one. Run in New York, running on the turf at Saratoga, and then came in here for one start, got bet in that particular race with Merlin F, and ran a good third. I thought Merlin F might have run the better race, but this one, when considering, didn't have a great trip either. She's wide on the outside, and she's chasing the pace the whole way, and that's a tough trip. And Merlin F, who got off bad, at least got to relax a little bit before making that middle move and went inside of her. Meanwhile, Other People's Money's chasing wide, not getting the best of it, and still ran a pretty good third. That probably won't happen today considering where she's positioned. She's in a 3-post here. So she may have the ability to save a little ground and also could improve with the race over the track. I thought really had a good chance in this race. I got 2 horses coming out of the same race, and I got them 1-2. Merlin F and then Other People's Money. The favorite on the morning line is the 7, Good Mission, and you can see it with the breeding. Pretty decent breeding for Good Mission. The Dam originally was purchased at auction for $500,000. I think it sold later for a little bit less, but man, it's by I think the Tappet in there. I mean, Tappets have been pretty expensive. You got Mission Impossible. We've seen a lot of those here at Finger Lakes. She's a 4-year-old against mostly 3-year-olds here, but that's a positive negative in a sense because it means she's had a lot of chances. Now, those are better horses she's been facing in a lot of the races against the 30,000s, the 50,000s in those maiden claimers in New York and Saratoga. She's tried dirt, she's tried turf, and she's close every time. So it makes you think, does this horse want to win? She's shown good speed. She's got, like I said, she's gotten second, third. She doesn't go off at odds higher than 5-1 in any of her starts, 6-1 I should say. So that's a positive that she's running well. She's got great form. Hard not to see her in the top 3. But do you have a lot of faith in her, taking her on top when she's had so many chances? And granted, she's going quicker times. I mean, they're going 102 and change on the turf in that maiden race. This is 6 furlongs today, but yeah, her form's good enough. She's got the numbers to win. But does she want to win? Is she going to run to her competition? I guess that's the question. We'll see it answered in the first. Then you got a first-time starter, an interesting one, and I've talked a few times. My friend up there on the roof, Pan Man, brought this up about Mike Ferraro, Sofia Vivas, what kind of percentage they have together, and it's still got to be over 40%. The day I looked it up, it was 44%. That's unheard of. And you look at the breed; it's Bustin' Stones. The Dam actually raced in France. So that's the one class I couldn't stay awake in, so I didn't pass that one in college. The other ones I did well, the math classes, but I just couldn't stay awake in the language classes. So I don't know much about the French races. Now the dam was a $143,000 yearling. Only one race in North America. So obviously, this one became a New York bred because the sire is Bustin' Stones. But this is a half to a multiple stakes winner, but multiple stakes winner going longer. So you got the Bustin' Stones, obviously a very good sprinter, but they have gone long. And then you got Ride. I think this horse might be good a little bit further. I like the fact she's starting for 6 furlongs, though. This could be a good distance to start off at for Canary Stones. And let's face it, it's a great trainer, good connections. You can't discount this one. And I see some early money on Canary Storm as I look up at the first race. All right, let's get going. Second race. I already see the ad in our program for Labor Day at the races. It's going to be a big day next week. It's going to be a lot of fun. We got the dollar hot dogs and sodas. So if anybody wants to buy me lunch, I guess that's the best day to do it. Or if you want me to buy you lunch, if I owe you lunch for days, bought me a big lunch, that would be the day to ask me too. But the big thing is the jockey foot race. I'm thinking of getting one of those weight vests for Carlos Camilo, or make him wear like ankle weights or something. Gotta have the first ever Labor Day dash handicap for the jockeys. Carlos Camilo's going to be tough to bet against. I think we'll have the contest where you pick the winner. We'll have to see about the handicap first before you decide on who you're playing. All right, second race. We haven't had a lot of 2-year-old. I think this is the third 2-year-old race we've had this season. We're going to see more and more of them as we get closer to the 2-year-old stakes. They're right around the corner. You got the Aspirin, Ladyfinger, and the Futurity that we run every year. Those are some good races. You get some classy horses and some big purses. You get the jockeys coming from New York. Maybe Irad and Manny Franco can come in and ride here again. 5.5 is the distance, and it's a tricky race. I mean, the horses with experience, Honest Spin, ran against Diamond Child. Of course, ran against the boys that day. So is against girls should be a little bit easier for her, but still she didn't show much. But she did break bad, so one to consider. Clarividente, tough one to gauge because this one's very well bred, but she showed nothing in her first 2 starts at Monmouth. Maybe she'll like the change in surroundings here. You got to respect the breeding and the fact that she has the experience. Farrow Jr. has 2 of them in here. I actually like them both. I look at the breeding on both of them. You got Diamond in the Dark. That's she's a Stone Cold Dingo, who I mean it's not Stone Cold Fox, but that breeding's in there because the damn Stone Cold Dingo is a half to Fox Rules, which of course comes from that she's Stone Cold Fox lineage. Now, obviously Fox Rules, I think it was Horse of the Year a couple years, just dominated for a little while. Fox Rocks was the other one that was also good, especially as a young horse. So I like that one. You also got Mobella Dream. On the dam side, you got Medaglia d'Oro. So obviously the horse, I think they got a bargain on this one. They paid $10,000 as a weanling. Motown, the sire. If that sounds familiar to you, well, you might know another horse that runs here called Mo Trump. Mo Trump actually pulled off that big surprise at Saratoga on the turf when they tried that horse on the turf. But Mo Trump, if you maybe don't remember, as a young horse is pretty good. Ran second as a 2-year-old in the Aspirin Stakes, and also hit the board. I think it was 3rd in the New York Derby as a 3-year-old. So I'm going to lean towards this one. I like the works. She's got steady works, so they're pretty decent. I don't expect them to be running, tearing up the track in the morning as a 2-year-old. I mean, 2-year-olds generally aren't going to go 4 furlongs in 46, 47, or 3 furlongs in 35, or whatever you're expecting. They're not going to have those kind of bullets. You look for just steady works. Anything around a minute for the 5 furlongs, the 4 furlongs around 50. That's pretty decent for our 2-year-olds breezing in the morning. So I like this one on top. I'm going to lean towards that one. Again, Diamond in the Dark, coming out of that lineage of Stone Cold Fox, who's a very good 2-year-old filly. This was actually a half to She's an Arctic Queen. That's had a pretty good career so far as She's an Arctic Queen. Ran well here, gone on to other things. Okay, the horse that did run, it's the McLean's Music. They're usually pretty good. Claire Vidente. And I look at the dam. Actually, this one did cost a lot of money in a sense. $70,000 as a yearling. It's not a lot of money. We talk about the big tracks, but when we talk about our 2-year-old, $70,000 is quite a purchase for a 2-year-old Kentucky bred running here. Now, I was looking at the off-track breeding initially. Earlier today, we had a chance of an off-track, so this one would have absolutely loved it. We didn't get it. But the Stormy Atlantic, you see the dam. So the dam is a full to a Grade 3 winner, Assateague, who actually was a very good turf horse. And that's what I'm looking at on the dam side. And maybe another reason I didn't take this one on top. She's strongly bred more for the turf, because the dam actually had a couple other stakes winners that did well on the turf. Talk about the dam's halves anyway. Had done well on the turf. So again, the other one that was a Stormy Atlantic that was a full to the dam was a very strong turf horse. So I'll be interested to see if this one has a future on the turf. Obviously she plays here, especially with a little bit of an experience edge, we'll call it. And both of the times in those Monmouth races were under a minute for the 5 furlongs. They're going a little further today at 5.5. And maybe that experience comes into play. I got to use her. The other firster, I thought had a strong chance. I mean, you got Go Get It, who's got some decent breeding. You got Freud on the dam side, Bustin' Stone, some classic New York bred breeding. But Honest Spin is the Honest Mischief. I don't know. The other one is Sarah Story. Sarah Story is the first full out of that dam. Now, the dam's only win. This is another one that should be better on the turf. But it is good breeding. It's Kentucky bred. You got on the dam side Honor Code. See how that one runs too. These 2-year-old races are pretty tricky. Watch the board a little bit, especially late. I'm going to go with the 5-1-6 in the second. Okay, third race. We don't run that one on turf. Third race, allowance race, Fillies and Mares, number 1, 2 condition, 5.5. I like for the 2 for the price of 1 here. I know there's some plenty of pace in here. You got Bald Kitten, who's got some speed. Big Advantage likes to be in the race early. Enunciate maybe changing her tactics a little bit, but she's shown speed before. But I'd expect Bald Kitten from the rail to be the one that's going strongly. But Turbo Train might be just as fast, if not faster. I like the fact this entry has the speed of Turbo Train, who's a good one. That one looked good breaking her maiden. And then you got Signifying Nothing, who might end up the one with the trip because of the pace in here. It is only 5.5, but she comes out of a good race. Queen's Cat, that one, I believe that was Linda Dix's. That was a real good one. She chased that one around the track and ran a good second. She doesn't need a chase here. She's proven she could pass horses. She's going to get a nice trip on the inside, right behind horses. Turbo Train is going to press the pace for her. She's going to be in a good spot, and I think Signifying Nothing could have that advantage of the trip. And you know what? Turbo Train might be better than a lot of these, too. I mean, Turbo Train, that was her first race over the track, and she looked good. I mean, granted, you're going back to a little while. She's been off a couple months, but she looked good the day she won. I give her a shot. I like 2 for the price of 1 here. I like the situation that they're in. You got a speed with other speed in the race, and then another stalker type that might be that gets the trip. Now, Big Advantage might just be better than the other 2. I guess we'll find out. She only had 1 start off the layoff. Ran second to Goody's Girl, who just kind of shook loose, kind of a follow the leader situation. You would think that she'd improve with a race over the track. She's very lightly raced. This will only be her 5th career start. And she's a 4-year-old now. So she's a 4-year-old against mostly 3-year-olds. Of course, out of the cloud. The cloud will be in this condition until she's like 7. But she just keeps hitting the board. But a big advantage, I got to think that she's going to be the favorite in here. I mean, off of the good second place finish, she's got speed. So it'll be interesting to see how the pace flow goes because of her speed. Flores will be in a good spot where he could kind of look over, decide what he wants to do with Turbo Train and Bald Kitten from the rail, showing speed as well. There's plenty of pace in this race. So that's the interesting thing with Bald Kitten. Bald Kitten really showed some promise early in her career. Some of that could be her strong off-track breeding. She kept hitting off tracks, and she kept running well. But she's running well, running second to horses like Diza Rock, Maba Gigi, and then getting in front of Z End, and then ran against Queen's Cat. This horse has faced much better competition. So what do they do with the horse Sender Long? I'm just hoping that didn't take anything out of her. That's kind of how I look at it, because this is a horse that's sitting on a win. She's just going against horses that are too tough. Now she gets a race where if she was still sprinting and doing her thing, she'd probably win here. I just worry that she might be going the other way now, coming off the double-digit loss to Queen's Cat, and then trying to go long. If this was 4 starts ago for Bald Kitten, I would take this one on top, no question. Just on company kept. I mean, she ran big. Remember, Diza Rock was a real good one. I think that's the one that beat Unicorn Cake that day. And then Z End could be the best 3-year-old filly on the grounds. That's kind of how you look at this race. That Bald Kitten, those races where she got second twice in a row are good enough to beat this field. I don't like the move to the route and then come back. So, horse didn't have any route breeding. All right, 4th race, 4,000 claimer, going a distance of 6 furlongs. Remember, this is where it starts. Everybody's drooling to play that pick 5, the late one, because of that carryover. You've been waiting for this since Wednesday. All right, being a little over dramatic, but it is a good play. You got decent sized fields. You got a new surface. I don't want to say new surface, but a kind of a refreshing surface, we'll say. And I looked at it. There's a couple races I might lean towards singles, but some of these races you really got to spread out. Especially this one. I mean, you got a $4,000 below the bottom claimer that goes a distance of 6 furlongs, and it's hard to love anybody in here. One of the things I look at, I don't like horses coming back for the 4. I've noticed the horses that are winning these 4s, and we've only run them a few times, are horses dropping in. The horses that ran since the first 4,000s, they're going to be in that condition. So if they failed at 4,000 before, it's hard to like them to win today. And maybe that's why I didn't take Khalil's Dream on top. I'm going to take a shot at here, a little bit of a price. It's one of those races where you should take a price. Devil or Angel, cutting back in distance. And remember, early in this one's career, he was primarily a sprinter. They just stretched him out, and then he won 2 in a row, winning a state bred allowance condition, so they found something there. But since then, he's kind of faded with his form, we'll say. He's only had 3 starts this year, was claimed for 11, weighed for the 11, then claimed for 5. Only had 1 start for the New Connections. I don't think ran that badly. Ran 5th behind Full Moon Fever, who's a pretty good one. It was a much tougher field than this one, even though it was a route. That's why this is 4,000. So he cuts back in distance. It's just a question of getting something to run at. Well, it's 6 furlongs. You know, Production Credit's got one way of going. And you know, you got speed on the outside with Fast Freeze Kaz. I like the chances for Devil or Angel at 3/4. Got 2 wins at the distance. I just don't know where this horse is at. I mean, he's kind of gone the wrong way, as mentioned, but at 4,000, he's better than these horses overall. He's better than these horses, so I would expect him to run well here, and he's a price. He's 5-1 morning line. Yeah, the new face is Fast Freeze Kaz. No problem with the price because they run for 4,000 for their bottoms at Penn National. Was Clay for 4, ran a good second for the new connections, and then got pressed into defeat in the mud. Now, he's outside, so he's got good early speed, but he's outside of production credit. Now, one thing about production credit is he might be good enough to win. The problem is he's never won going 6 furlongs. So there is a question about the 3/4 for production credit. So when you're outside of production credit, pressing that one, you're assuming maybe production credit would tire out at some point because he can't get the distance. Well, it's 4,000. He might still be able to get the, may not matter against these horses. But I mean, that could be an angle here for Fast Freeze Kaz, where if he can put that one away, he could get first run on the rest of them. I use him second. Just numbers are good too. He was running against allowance horses at the end of last year. It's not that long ago. Yeah, Callie's Dream. I think I said Khalil's Dream. I think it's pronounced Callie's Dream. I'll never get it right, but has run twice for 4. Now, that was a good field with Return the Ring. I don't think last race was that great of a field. I actually thought this field was tougher than the race that Callie's Dream comes out of. That was the issue I had for him. The one positive, though, is he might like the 3/4 better than 5.5 because 2 of his 3 wins have come going 6 furlongs. I mean, he was wide, but Norgay was best. I really don't have a big excuse for him against that field. Again, it was an easier field than this one. But again, maybe the extra half furlong, 6 furlongs, could be the difference, and then this horse could break through. He's had 2 chances at 4. I still got to use him in the top 3. And there's production credit. If this was 5.5, I might have took this one on top. He's good at the distance. He's run against better in the past. He's quick. It's just that record at the distance. And they don't even try him at 6 furlongs anymore. Notice that. I don't remember the last time that this horse has gone 6 furlongs because he normally doesn't get it. Maybe against 4,000 claimers, he could keep going. But I got scared off a little bit because of the distance for production credit. I usually like this horse. 4-8-7-5. All right, 5th race, we scratch the 8. Rockable. 5,000 claimer going 6 furlongs. My issue, I just think Union Navy's the best horse in the race. My issue is going to be the pace. It looks like the main speed is Smile Takes Charge, but he's all the way out there. So how easy does he clear? Looks like he's going to get the lead pretty easy in here. I don't know if anybody, maybe 5 destinations aggressive from the rail. There's absolutely no pace in here other than Smile Takes Charge. The problem is, kind of thought that a couple races ago for Smile Takes Charge, and Monomoy Beach just went up to him and put him away. So last time he went 47 with the pace, and I got no real excuse. He was outside, but he shouldn't have stopped the way he did. And then Don Antonio kind of went on with it, was much the best in there. And 5 Aces, who was the other speed, kept going. 5 Aces almost won it. 5 Aces was inside of him, but he didn't run well. So it still kind of opens it up, unless he improves off of that race. It is a different racetrack out there. We'll see how it plays. And that's the issue Union Navy's going to have. Other than Smile Takes Charge, there's simply not a lot of speed in here. There wasn't much pace in the races he comes out of either, and they're tougher. That's the thing. Yeah, Bustino Santino and Aries Magic. Those horses would be 2-5 against this field. Monomoy Beach. Well, Monomoy Beach, put away Smile Takes Charge that day. Is he still good enough to win for 5? I think so. The only issue, again, he might be up against it from a pace scenario, but it's not like he hasn't been close before. This horse is very versatile where he can be a little closer to be in the race. And if Smile Takes Charge can't get the 3/4 on the lead, Union Navy should be the winner. Interchanger's another one that's kind of been against it all season long. He's just hasn't had the pace scenario, and last race wasn't bad. He did run third. Don't like the fact he finished behind with no name, though. I mean, this horse was going so much better. He ran second a couple times when I liked him earlier in the year. I actually thought his best race was his first race of the season. He ran huge that day. So it's there. He's capable. They had to change tactics a little bit. If you look at the race on July 9th, if you're looking at your program or your form, he ran second to Indy Cowboy, and Baez did a smart thing by trying to keep him close. What are you going to do? Are you going to sit back when there's no pace and try it because that's the way your horse runs, or can you get your horse in the race with a slow pace a little bit and hope you can out sprint him? I think it worked out in a sense where he ran second. He ran well. And last time, same thing. Just didn't get a great pace scenario with a 47.5. But, and you know, with no name was up close where he was trying to close. I guess that's how you kind of look at the other one beating him. I don't know what their tactics are going to be today because it's a similar race without a lot of speed. The speed comes from the one horse outside him, the 10 horse. So he's going to be in an interesting spot. One thing you say is he's got the numbers and the talent to beat this field, but he also has a lot of seconds too. It's just the pace scenario of this race makes it tricky. And the one that should be the main beneficiary is the 10, Smile Takes Charge. He looks like the main speed of the race. I would probably, even at the 6 furlongs, even off the bad race last time, if he was in the 1, 2, or 3 spot instead of the 10, I probably would have took him on top. I don't know how much it's going to... I mean, at 6 furlongs, it may not take much for him to get to the lead. You got a little bit longer run to the first turn than the 5.5 that he could get the lead and clear, and he could just be gone here. Again, it could get interesting depending on how this track's playing as we get to the late stages. With no name, ran well. I mean, ran a good second behind Image Equality, and then ran third in that race with 5 aces. I actually think that this horse keeps running better with every start. Got a win at the distance. Got great owners. With no name, got to use them the number off of the recent numbers. Okay, let's go to the 6th, a maiden race that goes a route, mile 70. And you got some new faces in here, and that's what makes it tricky. To go with Pan Man's favorite horse here, Kiss Me, Hold Me, whatever that thing. I don't know who comes up with these names. Can't even say it. Goes a little further than last time, went 7 furlongs against the 30,000 maidens. But guess what? They've been pushing this horse on the turf. It's not bred at all for the turf. So why did they keep running this horse on the turf is the big question. So, and you see, the first time back on the dirt runs his best lifetime buyer. So he's coming off his best number last time. So it's good. It's 25-1 that race. I guess they were looking at the turf for him. He's running him on turf. He can't run on the dirt. You know, sometimes the connections don't know more. You know what I mean? They don't look at that breeding. They're just taking shots. So this is a better dirt horse. It's that simple. And coming here to Finger Lakes off of the second place finish, that horse makes him a strong player. Now it is his first race over the track. We'll see how he takes to it. Now, these other faces, I like the new faces in here on the numbers. Wisecracker's had his chances. Probably Flattery's had his chances here and has got a tough post. Same thing with Halloway. So you got Belmont Union, whose form is horrible the last couple starts, but he's also run against a lot tougher. You got Dominican Thunder. I don't know what they're trying to do with that horse. And then you got Big Brown Delivers. No relation to the other one, Brown Don't Stop, the one that looked really good last week. Actually, this one originally was trained by Orlando Noda, who had that, I hope I said his name right, have that Brown Don't Stop. Yeah, I use Belmont Union for second. If I can forgive the last effort, kind of hard to, but you have to. The other race was an off the turf race, so he didn't fire either. So the last two starts aren't very good. Remember, one of them was against Maine Special Weights, so that's the one we can forgive, the one in Saratoga. Last race, we got to get over it. The number is still competitive against this field. That's why I still kind of use Belmont Union. And if you go back a few starts, he's good enough to win. Now we get to Dominican Thunder. Now you see that his first career start was in the Tremont Stakes at Saratoga. That's an open 2-year-old stakes race for $150,000. And it was his first career start. I know the horse is decent breeding. I mean, you're out of a Grade 3 winner, and this one is the opposite of the other one I was talking about, Kiss Me, Hold Me, whatever. This is the one's the opposite. They're running the horse on the dirt, and he's strongly bred, at least on the dam side, for the turf. That's the interesting thing. I don't know. I mean, the form is bad, but they've been pushing this horse above his head. Whereas in the Smoke Lacken Stakes at Monmouth, no reason to be against those horses. Went off at odds of 58-1. Then ran where he belonged against the Maine Special Weights in New York, and geez, didn't run at all. Then tried the 50,000s in an off-the-turf race. Last race, moved to Monmouth and ran his best race because it was easier competition. This looks like a good spot for this horse, or at least the right spot for, if it was on turf, it would be really the right spot against these horses on the turf. But yeah, they thought enough of this horse to try him in a 2-year-old stakes race in his debut, in his first career start. I don't know. If they thought that much of the horse, he must have been training well at the time. Well, he's 3-year-old now. We'll see how he does. Yeah, maybe he could wake up a little bit and run to that breeding. Trying to route here, though. And although, you know, there's some route in there. You just want to see more on the turf. 6-1 morning line. The 3 Big Brown Delivers, 12-1 morning line. There's another one, like Kiss Me, Hold Me, I don't know what you want to do to me. The turf, no turf on the dam side is what I'm looking at. And the last 3 starts have been on the turf. Now, Big Browns have done really well on the turf, so I kind of understand that part of it. Because, yeah, you get some turf on the dam side, and then you got Big Brown. They almost always run better on the turf for whatever reason, because obviously Big Brown's a Derby winner too, but also has that strong turf breeding. Now, Big Brown, like I said, that's the same sire as the horse the other day. Brown Don't Stop. How impressive was that one? I wouldn't be surprised if this one just shoots out there and does the same thing that Brown Don't Stop did. Okay, 7th race. We scratched the 6, Majestic Frontier. Looking at the fractions that Mr. Einstein, if you watched Mr. Einstein last time, I know there's some other speed with 42 aces in here, but Joey Martinez, he didn't break to the front, and he just went after it. He went after the other horse to eventually get the front, had to go quick to do it, went 47, got a little bit of a break for a return. I like how Martinez kept him together late and ended up still running second. That's a big effort in the sense of the fractions that he did for that day. If he can repeat that effort, he can win here, and he's 5-1 morning line. Another horse that I gotta pick back off of the trip is the 5 Dates Freedom. Dates Freedom likes this track, but he just hasn't had the scenario that he needs. He was in against Bad Magic last time. He broke horribly, and then had a rough trip from there, was never really in it. He didn't have a very good trip the race before either, because he's been pinned out there on the outside. I don't want to say pinned, but he was stuck on the outside. I think this is a little easier field. He's in a good position. He plays. 42 Ace, you got to expect him to improve second time out. Although you wonder if he needs a route because he was off so long. He hasn't had a route since last June, but his first start off the layoff in the sprint was very good. Wouldn't be surprised if he improves off the first start. He doesn't need to improve much. He ran second in the sprint. And then Flash Kiss could get a trip here. Stays at the 11-9, ran well behind Mr. Einstein Mad Magic. And if Mr. Einstein and 42 Aces do battle, they get a little bit tired and the pace takes its toll, Flash Kiss is going to be the one that should get the trip. 2, 5, 4, 3. Use them all of them in the pick. Eighth race, 11-9, goes a distance of 6 furlongs. Last race on the card. You're happy if you got it going. I like both of the new faces. Numbers-wise, they actually tower over the rest of them. Talking about All of a Sudden Lee and Omaha Pistol. They actually ran against each other, and that was the race on August 1st. All of a Sudden Lee ran third. Omaha Pistol ran fourth. They both have the same profile. They both have a little bit of tactical speed, but don't need the lead type horses. Well, maybe they need something because they're still maidens. Problem I had, and the reason I leaned towards the 5 over All of a Sudden Lee over the 4, Omaha Pistol has been a beaten favorite 4 times in a row in 5 out of his last 6 starts. Are you going to bet that horse if he's the favorite today? Just looking at that. I'm an odds guy. I'm a percentage guy. I'm not a big statistics guy when it comes to, obviously I love statistics in college and stuff, but when it comes to trainer, jockey, that kind of statistics, because every horse is different. But when you see a horse get constantly a beaten favorite, you tend not to want to bet that one or pick that one on top. Yeah, all of a sudden, goes back to 6 furlongs here, cuts back. They're both kind of cutting back in distance. Again, similar profiles. Last time all of a sudden he was here was in a route against maiden special weights. So, and he ran 4th. So you got to think, coming back here in a sprint, he could be okay. The 6-horse Real Aleve takes a slight drop in class. He's not badly beaten against the special weights. I'm trying to finish up here. And the 1 here, Tickle's got great breeding. Practical Joke out of a dam by Union Rags. But hasn't gone a sprint since his first career start at Gulfstream. So there's got to be a reason they've been running this horse long. But another interesting one on the turn back, and you can't ignore the breeding on that 1 horse. Good luck today. Remember, the Pick 5 carryover. Over $12,000 for the late Pick 5. Obviously, the early one, too. But the late Pick 5 starts in race number 4. 50-cent minimum wager. You want to get involved. Looks like a good play today. Chance to make a good score off of a small amount of money if you can hit it. We continue, or if you want to put a lot of money into it. Continue live racing throughout the week this week. Remember, next Monday is Labor Day. Got a big day planned, including that jockey foot race. Tomorrow we got a card with a 1 o'clock first post. So see you then.
Horses coming on the track, first race here at Finger Lakes. No scratches. Here's your field. Number 1 is Merlin F. and Hemenharkey. Number 2, La Gran Artesana and Juan Diaz. Number 3 is Other People's Money and Kevin Navarro. Number 4, Sabby Sunset, Romero Mirage. Number 5 is Lucy Playa, Joel Cruz. Number 6, Canary Storm and Sofia Vives. And number 7 is Good Mission and Jeremias Flores. Track has been upgraded to fast. First race in approximately 3 minutes here at Finger Lakes. And don't forget, we got a pick 5 carryover on the late pick 5. Just over $12,000. That starts on the 4th race here at Finger Lakes. So if you're looking for that carryover, it starts in race number 4. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the gate here at Finger Lakes. Approaching the gate for the opening race on a Monday. Fillies and Mares have arrived at the starting gate for the first race from Finger Lakes. Track is now fast. First of 8 races on this Monday. First race kicks off the early pick 5, but lots of handicappers looking at the late pick 5 here at Finger Lakes, where we got a bit of a carryover of $12,308. That starts on race number 4. Kick off with maidens. Fillies and Mares going 6 furlongs, 8-5. Number 7, Good Mission. 2-1, number 1, Merlin F. Breezy conditions here at Finger Lakes. This point is going to help the horses a bit up the backstretch. Lucy Playa. 2 more left to load after that. Canary Storm and Good Mission. Canary Storm, one of 2 first-time starters in here. Canary Storm delaying the start. Rider climbing aboard Canary Storm in the gate. Good mission to the outside. They're all in the gates. They're off and running at Finger Lakes. A stumble there for Canary Storm at the break. It's good mission. It got off to a smooth beginning and jets out for the lead and opens up by at least 3 lengths. Over Sabby Sunset, who's 3 wide. Here's Merlin F emerging at the fence. Other People's Money in between horses in 4th. A length and a half back to Lucy Playa in 5th. Margin of 4 lengths to Canary Storm, who's about 2 lengths in front of La Gran Artesana, who's at the back of the pack as they make the entry into the turn. It's Good Mission, who has the lead by a couple lengths. Merlin F is up the inside in 2nd. Sabby Sunset tracks in 3rd. Then a length back to Other People's Money in 4th. Lucy Playa's in 5th and 6.5 lengths off the lead. 3 lengths to La Gran Artesano's out of last, starting to launch a rally, but deep on the course. And Canary Storm's at the tail of the field as they arrive at the top of the stretch. It's Good Mission, who's homeward bound. Has the lead by a couple lengths. Merlin F is on the outside with Sabby Sunset 2nd and 3rd. Other People's Money towards the inside 4th. La Gran Artesana's in 5th and 4 lengths off the lead. Wide open here, 16th to go. It's Other People's Money. Sabby Sunset on the outside. Merlin F, La Gran Artesana. Here's the winning line. Other People's Money. Got there. Also in the photos, Sabby Sunset and La Gran Artesana in the first from Finger Lakes. Number 3, Other People's Money. First, second, number 4, Sabby Sunset. Third, the 2, La Gran Artesana. Fourth, number 1, Merlin F. 6 furlongs, 112.38. To the winner's circle, number 3, Other People's Money. New York bred, 3-year-old Chestnut filly by Central Banker out of Pluto Flight. Owned by Phoenix Stable. Jonathan Buckley, the trainer. Kevin Navarro, the winning jockey. Raymond Di Stefano and Phoenix Stable bred Other People's Money. It's official, $14.20 the winning mutual. Exacta $49.40. Try 164. Dime Super $98.55. Second race, Finger Lakes, no scratches or jockey changes. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time, race number 2 in about 18 minutes at 1:29 p.m.
Okay, we're in the paddock for race number 2 as we got started with other people's money, winning race number 1. This is an interesting one because it is for the 2-year-old fillies. We haven't had a lot of 2-year-old races so far this season. So this is for the young juvenile fillies. We got 6 of them entered for this maiden event. And we have Exacta Try, Super, Daily Double, and Pick 3 beginning with this race. Look at some, because we do have a few first-time starters. Looks like both Ferraro horses, one of them's taking money. I actually like both of the Ferraro horses in here. I did take the one Mobile for Dream. Of course, I'll have a tough time saying it. But this one by Motown. Remember, Motown, the sire, same sire as Mo Trump, horse that ran well here as a young horse and also just pulled off that shocker at Saratoga on the turf. Remember, Mo Trump also ran second in the Aspirin Stakes young in his career. So he's got some decent works leading up to the race. The Dams by Medaglia d'Oro, they paid $10,000 for this one. So we'll see if this one runs first out. Actually, a good sign he is taking some money at odds of 5-2. The other firster for Ferraro, for Langpap Stables, who've had a lot of good ones, isn't taking a lot of early play. This one out of She's a Stone Cold Dango, at least that one is a half to Fox Rules and Fox Rocks, of course, by the Dam, of course, this second generation of She's a Stone Cold Fox. It's a half to She's an Arctic Queen. She'll be making the first start for Ferraro Jr. as well. Just right now at odds of 7-1. The 6-horse is right now getting a lot of play, and deservedly so. She hasn't shown much in her 2 starts at Monmouth. She beat a couple horses in those races, but at least she gained experience, and she's pretty well bred as well. She's by McLean's Music. The Dam is a full to a couple good ones. This Dam the full half to a couple good ones. The full, Assateague was a graded stakes winner, of course, on the turf. On that Dam side is a lot of turf, and that's the thing with this one, is probably a little better bred for the turf. But that experience run against better 2-year-olds at Monmouth might serve her well here, and she's getting some play at 9-5. It's hard to say how good this field is. You do have the other firster, the 4, Sarah's Story, getting some play by Candy Rye. This one out of the Dam. This is the first full out of that Dam. The only win for the Dam was on the turf, but did have some other good ones on that side. Kentucky bred against a bunch of these New York breds. She should do well first out. They did pay $18,000 as a yearling. Of course, another one like Claravante. This one also maybe better bred for the turf on the mother's side. Got the other Bustin' Stones, the 2 Go Get It, making the first start for Caitlin Gutterson. She's got a couple in. Honest Spin by Honest Mischief maybe could run better second time out. Keep in mind, Honest Spin, because it was the first race of the year for 2-year-olds, she ran against the boys, so she is back against the girls here, so may find this a little bit easier as well. Go Get It also represents the barn. Good breeding on both sides, good New York bred breeding, considering you got Busted Stones out of the Dam by Freud, always a popular sire, both popular sires in New York. So those are some of the competitors for a pretty good 2-year-old filly race. This is the furthest we've gone with the 2-year-olds, 5.5. Exacta Try, Super, Daily Double, and the Pick 3 starts with this race.
Fillies coming on the track. Second race, Finger Lakes. Here's your field. Number 1 is Diamond in the Dark and Joel Cruz. Number 2, Go Get It. Took off around the turn, so we'll go to the 3 on a spin, and Hemet Harkey. Number 4 is Sarah's Story and Andre Worry. Number 5, Mobella Dream and Luis Perez. And number 6 is Clary Pidente and Christopher Elliott. And number 2 is Go Get It, Christian Navarro aboard. Post time in a few. Approaching the gate. Approaching the gate at Finger Lakes. And the fillies have reached the starting gate for race number 2 from Finger Lakes. 2-year-olds. Fillies going 5.5 furlongs. 8-5 on number 6, Clary Bidente. 9-5, number 5, Mobella Dream. Diamond in the Dark. Into line. Go Get It will be next. Honest Spin. Mobella Dream. And Clary Bidente. They're all in the gate, and they're off. Good start for Clary Bidente on the outside, who sends out for the lead. Diamond in the Dark flashing early speed at the fence in second. Honest Spin tracks in third. A length to Go Get It towards the inside fourth. 3 parts of a length to Mobella Dream, who's about 5 lengths in front of Sarah Story, who brings up the rear. Less than a half mile to go. Clary Bidente has the lead, and the lead's a widening length over Diamond in the Dark, shuffled in second. Mobella Dream now a danger on the outside, up into a joint second. A half length off the lead. Mobella Dream's making a fierce bid for the front end with 2.5 furlongs to go. Fourth place, Honest Spin, and 10 lengths off the lead. Then it's Sarah Story's out of last. Go Get It trails the field as they reach the top of the stretch. Clary Bidente digs in along the inside, trying to repel Mobella Dream, and these two are clear by 7 lengths over Diamond in the Dark in third as they got 1 furlong to go. A struggle between Clary Bidente and Mobella Dream, neither one giving an inch. 16th to go. Mobella Dream with a slight lead over Clary Bidente. Mobella Dream wins over a game. Clary Bidente. Then it was Diamond in the Dark third and Honest Spin fourth. Five, 6, 1, 3. Number 5, Mobella Dream first. Second race is official. Bella Dream pays $4.50 to win. Mobella Dream. New York bred, 2-year-old duck run fillet by Motown out of high pitch. Paul Wells is the owner, and Anthony Ferrero, the trainer, and Luis Perez, the winning jockey. John McClutchy and Shamrock Racing Enterprises bred Mobella Dream. Double 46.80, exacted $12. 50-cent trifecta, $11.15. Dime superfecta, $8.30. Third race from Finger Lakes. There are no changes. Exacted trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3, pick 4 wagering. A pick 4 starts on race number 3. Post time in about 18 minutes at 1:58 p.m. And don't forget about the late pick 5 that starts on race number 4 with a carryover of $12,308. That starts on race number 4. 18 minutes to race number 3 from Finger Lakes.
All right, that 2-year-old dash resulted in a pretty good finish. Good stretch duel between Mobella Dream and Clara Vedante as they battled it out. It was Mobella Dream to get the better of that rival. First time out winner for our junior, Louis Perez aboard. Allowance race is the third. Never won two condition for fillies and mares. We go 5.5. You know, you look at the odds right now. You got the two for the price of one with Signifying Nothing and Turbo Train for D'Alessandro, and then you got Big Advantage making her second start of the year and running well in her first start for Paul Barrows. He's at 5-2. He also got some money early on Annunciate, who looked so good in her debut, but hasn't been able to follow it up against winners. I'm going to start with the entry because you basically got two for the price of one. You got the speed of Turbo Train, who looked really good in victory, doing a 22 first quarter, beating 3-year-olds back on July 1st. And she did it looking good doing it. She drew away from those rivals. Tough to say how good that field was behind her, but she looked good doing a 106 for that day. Now she's got speed. There is other speed in here. Bald Kitten, who looked so good early in her career, has speed. And, of course, Big Advantage has tactical speed on the outside. So the race is loaded. Signifying Nothing could be the one to get the trip with the help of her stablemate. She draws a 3-post here. She ran second behind Queen's Cat, who's been a multiple winner and a sharp one for Linda Dixon. And Signifying Nothing looked good, laying close and then drawing away from a maiden field against restricted 3-year-olds back in June. She's coming off a little bit of a break. She hasn't run since the 1st of July when she ran second to Queen's Cat. But her maiden victory is probably good enough to beat most of these, and you figure her to get a good trip. So two for the price of one here for the D'Alessandro entry. Big Advantage, logical horse. She's run 4 times. 3 of those 4 times she's run no worse than second. She did run down the track at the end of last year, first time against a good field of winners of those 3 and ups. Again, she's only a 4-year-old, but she's had 4 starts, so she's been very lightly raced during her career, and she's only making her second start season, and she did run well behind the speed of Goody's Girl in her debut. So logical horse. If she takes a step forward from that race, she would be very tough in here. Mentioned Annunciate getting some play. She continues to get play. They didn't play her last time, but she looked great in her debut. She did get the lead in relative comfortable fractions on a speed day in her debut, so maybe the race is a little dressed up. But this horse is very well bred. She's by Spitestown out of a dam by Hard Spun. Again, her last race in July wasn't that good. She gets a little bit of a break since then. She's just been overmatched in those races. So she's got the capability with that breeding and, of course, how good she looked in her debut. See how she does here. But she's another one. She showed good early speed in that race. You almost feel like the horse that sits and pounces could have that advantage. Maybe Out of the Cloud could be one. She's a 5-year-old, but she's still only a one-time winner. She's got the weight off, and she's a sit-and-run type horse that if the pace takes its toll, here's another one to take a shot with, but she's more of an underneath horse. She's 1 for 25, but she does hit the board often. Exacta tries Super Daily Double pick 3 and pick 4 starts with race number 3. Good luck.
Horses coming on the track for race number 3 from Finger Lakes. First half of the entry, number 1, Signifying Nothing, and Andre Worry. Other half, the 1A Turbo Train and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 2 is Bald Kitten and Cabercoa. Number 3, Out of the Cloud and Apprentice Alexa Marie Cintron. Number 4 is Annunciate and Kevin Navarro. Rounding out the field, number 5, Big Advantage with Jeremias Flores in the irons. Post time in just a few minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Fillies and Mares are approaching the starting gate. Approach the gate at Finger Lakes. And the Fillies and Mares have arrived at the starting gate, race number 3 from Finger Lakes. Field of 6 Fillies and Mares, allowance race, none winners of 2, going 5.5. 5 betting interests. Even money on the entry of Signifying Nothing and Turbo Train. 6-5 on Big Advantage. Enunciate going up. Turbo Train. The House Red Silks going up. Big Advantage to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Bald Kitten who accelerates out for the front end. Turbo Train and Big Advantage outside second and third. Signifying Nothing behind rivals in fourth. Enunciates in second last and 2 lengths back to Out of the Cloud, who's at the back of the pack and about 9 lengths off the lead. Half mile to go. Bald Kitten on top and hounded by Turbo Train outside in second. Big Advantage in the clear. Now in a joint third with Signifying Nothing. Signifying Nothing up into third, passing. Big Advantage on the turn. Then about 7 lengths to Enunciate, who's 2 lengths in front of Out of the Cloud, who's at the back of the pack. A quarter of a mile left to travel. Bald Kitten, Turbo Train, and Signifying Nothing goes to the outside for clear running room. Signifying Nothing in the green blinkers. 2 lengths off the lead of Bald Kitten. Bald Kitten set down for the drive. Signifying Nothing up into second. And then it's Big Advantage on the stand side third. 4 lengths off the lead. 16th to go. Bald Kitten digs it along the inside. Signifying Nothing outside second. Signifying Nothing getting up, defeating Bald Kitten. Then it was Big Advantage and close for fourth. Number 1, signifying nothing first. Second, number 2, bald kitten. Third, number 5, big advantage. Fourth, the 1A turbo train, signifying nothing back to the winner's circle. New York bred, 3-year-old dark brown filly by Central Banker out of Time Counts. Joseph McMahon and Ann McMahon, the ownership. Ralph D'Alessandro is the trainer, and Andre Worry, the winning jockey. Cedar Meadow Incorporated, bred signifying nothing. Out of the Cloud was fifth. Entry goes first and fourth, so Superfecta 1253, 1253. Third race official, $6.10 the winning mutual. Daily double, $17. Exacta, $27.80. Trifecta, $10.30. Dime Super, $3.72. Fourth race, Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 5 wagering. Got the carryover going in, $12,308. Post time race 4 in about 20 minutes at 2:28 p.m.
Okay, fourth race coming up in about 8 minutes. Good finish to the third. Bald Kitten with an improved effort. That one got pressed enough by a turbo train that Signifying Nothing in range was able to just catch her at the wire. Andre Worry for Ralph D'Alessandro. That was good use of the entry in the third. Now we go to the fourth, and this is where it begins. We got over $12,000 carryover for our late pick 5. And of course, the pool is going to be much bigger with over 12,000 to start. Surprise! See if they put that up there on the screen. And you got a pretty competitive $4,000 race to start. What a race to start it off at! I would not have too much faith in any single in this race. Now, the horse I got comes from further back. Looks track did some quick times there for the first 3, so I don't have a lot of faith in this pick either. But I think Devil or Angel's better than these horses if he can get within range of the speed. He's cutting back in distance from the route, and of course dropping, as a lot of them do drop when you go from the 5 to the 4. But he was running primarily in sprints before stretching out. Obviously, that was a good move, stretching out. He won 2 in a row at good-sized prices when he did. He was 29-1, then 7-1 when he ran in those allowance conditions. Well, today, he cuts back and faces a much easier field. It does look like he's going to have pace to chase. It's just a question of, do they back up enough for him to put in his late run? He's right now a good price at odds of 7-1. Now, Callie's Dream is the favorite right now at 6-5. He's failed twice in a row since dropping to 4. Last race was probably the easier of the 2. The return of the ring race was a pretty decent field. Last race was a weaker field, and he did get just passed by Norgave, who made that late move to just get him at the wire. See if he could rebound with a better effort today, going 6 furlongs. He is getting plenty of support at 7-5. Figures get a nice trip in here. The new face is the 8 Fast Freeze Kaz, who ran second against the bottoms at Penn National after being claimed for 4. Didn't run that badly last time to fade, and now arrives here. And this is a good spot. Our 4s, the way we've been writing them, because they're below level, are probably easier than the 4,000 bottoms at Penn National. So this is a nice spot for Fast Freeze Kaz. He's got good speed, so he can stay up with production credit and decide how much pressure he's going to put on him early. So competitive $4,000 heat here for the 4th. We have Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Daily Double, and we start the late pick 5 with a carryover pool of over $12,000.
Horses coming on the track, 4th race here at Finger Lakes. There's the 1 Almond Cider, Juan Diaz aboard. Number 2 is Captain of My Heart and Joel Cruz. Number 3 is Oliver with a Twist and Chris Russell. Number 4, Devil or Angel, Jeremias Flores. Number 5 is Production Credit and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 6, Smokin' Alone and Christian Navarro. Number 7, Kali's Dream, Andre Worry. Number 8, Fast Freeze Kaz and Hemen Harkey. Post time in just a few minutes. Got that pick 5 carryover, just over $12,000. Post time in just a few minutes. You get those pick 5 tickets in. Post time in a couple minutes. Approaching the starting gate at Finger Lakes. And the horses have reached the starting gate for the fourth race from Finger Lakes. Start of the late pick 5 with that carryover going in of $12,308. New money just shy of $58,000. Got a field of 8 to go 6 furlongs. 3-2 favorite number 7, Kali's Dream. Almond Cider to the rail stall. Captain of My Heart. Oliver with a Twist. Devil or Angel. Production Credit. Smokin' Alone. Then Kali's Dream and Fast Freeze Kaz. Fast Freeze Kaz to the outside. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Good Start, Production Credit, and Fast Freeze Kaz. These two dash out for the lead. Almond Cider improving up the inside to be in a joint third with Kali's Dream, who's deep on the course. A space of 4 lengths to Smokin' Alone. Captain of My Heart are next, and then it's Devil or Angel in second last, and a link to Oliver with the Twist, who's at the back of the pack and about 11 lengths off the lead. Half mile to go. Production Credit on top. Fast Freeze Kaz outside second. Kali's Dream in the white blinkers in third, 4 lengths off the lead. 2 more lengths to Almond Cider, who's 2 lengths in front of Captain of My Heart. A space of about 5 lengths to Devil or Angel to the outside of Oliver with the Twist, and Smokin' Alone's at the tail of the field as they arrive at the quarter pole. Production Credit still holding Fast Freeze Kaz at bay at this point in time. Kali's Dream gets every chance on the outside, and Kali's Dream swoops on in up into second, now contending for the top spot, and Kali's Dream to the outside of Production Credit as it's Almond Cider plugging away third, Captain My Heart in fourth, 16th to go. It's Kali's Dream who's overhauled Production Credit. Captain My Heart late on the scene the outside, but it's Kali's Dream. Give Worry 2 on the card. Captain My Heart second, Production Credit third, Almond Cider fourth. 7251. Khalid's Dream was first. 6 furlongs, 112.36. Daily double, $32.40. $770 the winning mutual. Official winner number 7, Khalid's Dream. New York bred, 6-year-old big gelding by Al Khali out of Smokin' Sioux. Walktail stable owner breeder Chris Engelhardt the trainer. Andre Worry with a riding double today. Exacta $37.80. $50 trifecta, $67. Dime Super, $63.50. 50-cent pick 3, $15.75. Fifth race from Finger Lakes, scratch number 8, Rockable. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, daily double, late pick 4 wagering. Post time, race 5 in 23 minutes at 3:03 p.m.
All right, coming up on the fifth race, another win for Andre Worry. And yeah, that horse at no time did I not think that horse was going to win during that race. Worry had him in perfect position, got the two dueling leaders with Production Credit and Fast Freeze Kaz. And Worry able to time it right and just go on by to get that victory for Chris Engelhart. That one a little easier than with Signifying Nothing that he won in the prior race, but Andre, a couple wins and two in a row. Actually got a shot in here too. Never won 5,000 claimer, going 6 furlongs. He's got the speed on the outside as he picks up the mount on Smile Takes Charge for Paul Barrow. As Di Diego normally rides that one, but he's on 4 eyes. But Smile Takes Charge, the way it looks, especially with the scratch of Rockable, Smile Takes Charge looks like the main speed. The question is he good enough going 6 furlongs? Because he comes off a race where he wasn't the main speed, but he didn't run well. 5 Aces was inside him. 5 Aces kept going, and he called it an early day as they hit the stretch. So he's got to run better than what he did last time for 6 furlongs, but he does have a tactical edge. And with that tactical edge, I used the horse in the top 3. I used him third. The horse I used on top was the 5 Union Navy. Now, he's got to come from out of it, but he's been facing so much tougher. Here's a horse that was competitive last year against some tough allowance groups and higher claimers. Well, he needed the race off the layoff, and then he ran a good 4th behind Monomoy Beach and next out winner Freesdale. Last race, he just kind of ran evenly, didn't do much, but again, it was a tougher field than the field he faces today. So he gets some serious class relief. He basically drops all the way to the bottom because he started off the year at allowance, and now a couple after starts at 11 and 9. He's in an easier spot. So this is an all-time low for Union Navy. It's just a question of pace flow. He figures to be awfully tough. He's 3-1. Mentioned Smile Takes Charge having the tactical edge. Interchanger is another interesting one that is a little bit of a price. The only issue with Interchanger, he does get second and third a lot. It has a lot to do with his running style. He doesn't possess a lot of early speed. He was kept a lot closer going 6 furlongs when going that distance in a paceless race by Baez. It was a good job by him and actually saved him second over 4 Eyes, who was third. Last race, he just couldn't make up the ground, but still hit the board. And this is a horse he could almost always count on to make the number. It's just a question of getting the victory. And mainly, again, a lot of times in these races, it's his running style or how the track's playing. He likes to sit. His best way of winning races is he likes to sit and make that one late run. In a lot of races he can't, and this might be one too because there just doesn't seem to be a lot of speed in it. But a good one to use underneath. I use him second. With No Name, last 2 races have been good for With No Name. He seemed to wake up a little bit with his second place finish behind Image Equality. He was making up ground last time to be third, but it was a shorter distance of 5.5. So he's back to 3/4 today. I expect him to be a lot closer because of the fact that there isn't much speed other than the 10. He might be sitting second or third early and could just follow the leader. If that one stops, he could be in position to win the race. And he's a price. He's at odds of 10-1 and certainly at least a top 3 threat in race number 5. So there's some of the contenders for a pretty evenly matched 5th race. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and the late pick 4 starts with this race.
Horses coming on the track for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. There's the 1-5 Destinations with Hem and Harkey aboard. Number 2. Well, I guess we'll go to number 3 with No Name and Christian Navarro. Number 4, Four Eyes and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 5 is Union Navy and Kevin Navarro. Number 6, Deputy Tremont and Luis Perez. Number 7, we'll go to number 9. It looks like Independent Paul and Jeremiah Flores. Number 10 is Smile Takes Charge, Andre Worry. There's the 2, Smoking It Up, Joel Cruz. Post time in just a few minutes as we finally get a look at number 7, Interchanger Jose Baez. Post time in just a few minutes here for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Post time in a couple minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate here at Finger Lakes. And the horses have reached the starting gate for race number 5 from Finger Lakes. Field of 9 to go 6 furlongs, start of the late 50-cent pick 4. 5 to 2 on number 5, Union Navy. 5 to 2 on number 10, Smile Takes Charge. Four Eyes going up. Union Navy in the house green silks. Interchanger. Independent Paul and Smile Takes Charge. They're all on the gate. And they're off. It's Smile Takes Charge setting out for the lead. Union Navy displaying speed with no name in between horses. Four Eyes is emerging up into second. Five Destinations up the inside fourth. Union Navy races in fifth. Interchanger 6, Independent Paul deep on the course in seventh. 6 off the lead. The back two horses, Deputy Tremont to the outside is smoking it up. As it's Smile Takes Charge who's able to cross and clear as they make the entry into the turn. The lead's 2 lengths. Four Eyes in pursuit in second. Union Navy outside third with no name towards the inside fourth. Interchanger fifth, 6 lengths off the lead. Independent Paul is next. Deputy Tremont tries to advance from the back, but still about 9 lengths off the lead. Second last smoking it up, and Five Destinations is at the back of the pack as they reach the top of the stretch. Smile Takes Charge, whips them in, has the lead by a length and a half. Four Eyes, Union Navy outside second and third. Interchanger stand side with no name at the fence, and it's Deputy Tremont, 16th to go. Smile Takes Charge, has the lead by a half length over Four Eyes, and Union Navy close to home. Smile Takes Charge, holding sway. Photo for second, Four Eyes to the inside of Union Navy, then it was Interchanger. 10, 4, 5, 7. Four Eyes got second over the 5 Union Navy. 6 furlongs, 112.94. It's official, $7.10 the Winnie Mutual. Smile takes charge. New York bred, 4-year-old dark brown gelding by Take Charge Indy out of Drosselmeyer's Smile. Francis Palangeli, owner breeder, Paul Barrow the trainer, and Andre Worry picks up his third win on the Monday card here at Finger Lakes. Congratulations. Double $29.80, exacta $50.50. Trifecta $46.50, dime super $34.45. 50-cent pick 3, $21.50. Early pick 5, 5 of 5, $595 even. Race 6 from Finger Lakes, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, pick 3 wagering. Post time in 20 minutes. And a claim out of the 5th, the 2 smoking it up. Luann Bianchi, new owner. Caitlin Gutterson, new trainer. Number 2 smoking it up, claimed out of the 5th.
All right, getting ready for race number 6, and pace makes the race, and Smile takes charge. Looked like the main speed, and track beat a little quicker than normal. Was able to control the pace and get the easy victory. Andre Worry for trainer Paul Barrow. 6th race, a maiden event, going a distance of miles 70. Competitive group here. You do have a couple horses that have some good early speed. But the big thing here is you got a lot of new faces, and that's what makes the race a little tricky. You got horses from, you got Dominic Thunder coming from Monmouth and New York, and you also have Kiss Me Hold Me from Saratoga, Big Brown Delivers, Belmont Union, all kinds of new faces for this maiden event, and see how they handle the track, and the pace flow of this race is kind of tricky too. I'll start with Kiss Me Hold Me because this one comes off a $30,000 maiden second place finish, and that's the best lifetime buyer that's 60 that this horse has had, and it shows the horse is better bred for the dirt than the turf. He's been running mostly on the turf, so did improve when he came off the turf to try the dirt. So if that race could transpose to this race and he could get the kind of trip that he needs from the rail, it's basically going outside to inside, he should be right there against these rivals. He's at odds of 5-2. The 4 horse is Belmont Union, another good player in here. The last couple races haven't been as good. He was competitive against some more open type competition because it's a Kentucky bred. Those $20,000 maidens a lot of times are tougher than the state bred 30s. And one of the last 2 races was on the turf against open maiden special weights. Where are you going there? So really you just got to forgive the last race. And that was a long race against a tough field, much tougher than what he'll face here. So I think if this horse can run his race, he could be a factor in here as well. He's at 5-1, but will be one of the players in here. The most interesting horse in the race that I thought was the 8, Dominican Thunder. They started off his career as a 2-year-old in a stakes race, a $150,000 open stakes race for 2-year-olds. It was an odd spot considering the horse is a New York bred and never even tried a maiden 2-year-old race before that. Well, then tried the maiden 2-year-old race and didn't do very well after adding blinkers. Actually, the form on this horse isn't that good. Didn't really wake up until going to Monmouth against an easier maiden special weight field. One of the issues is he's another one that's bred for the turf, and he's actually never tried the turf. Costs $100,000 as a yearling. He's out of a graded stakes winner who was good on the turf, and this one is an interesting one because he's so well bred. Whether it's turf or dirt, he could be tough in here. It might wake up against these type of rivals. The 3 horse is Big Brown Delivers, another new face. He goes turf to dirt, and he's another one. There's not much turf breeding on the dam side. Now, Big Browns are very good on the turf, but as far as that dam side, all the horses on that dam side really ran on the dirt. There's a half of this one that was a 4-time stakes winner. But you look at the breeding, it's very good. And this is another one by Big Brown. Remember last week a horse by Big Brown for Orlando Noda won for fun. And this one by the same sire. And actually Orlando Noda used to have this horse early in his career. Interesting horse is Big Brown Delivers at 8-1. So some of the contenders for the 6, really tricky race just because of all the new faces in here. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and pick 3 starts in here.
Horses coming on the track. Race 6 from Finger Lakes. Number 1, Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me. Leads the post parade with Jeremiah Flores aboard. Number 2 is Wisecracker and Emmanuel de Diego. Number 3, Big Brown Delivers with jockey Keber Koa aboard. Number 4, Belmont Union and Romero Mirage. Number 5, Holy Dancer with Joel Cruz. Number 6, Halloway, Christian Navarro. Number 7, Lucio Non Uro. We'll go to the 9. Not My Type, Rafael Regina Jr. Number 10, Probably Flattery, Luis Perez. There's the 1. But we already did him. Post time in just a few minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate here at Finger Lakes for race number 6. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate for race number 6 from Finger Lakes. Field of 10 to go a mile and 70 yards. Big favorite at even money, number 1, Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me. He last finished second in a maiden claiming race. State bred race at Saratoga. Loading up for race number 6. Belmont Union in the house yellow silks up into line. Holy Dancer. Halloway. Not My Type. Lucia Non Uro. Then after that, 2 more left to load. Dominican Thunder. And Probably Flattery. Probably Flattery to the outside. 6-5 on Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me. They're all in the gate. And they're off. It's Halloway bursting out for the front end. Lucio Non-Earl on his outside. Big Brown delivers towards his inside. Wisecrackers towards the inside as they fight for early supremacy. Big Brown delivers, has the lead. Wisecracker demanding racing room. Able to get up into a joint second with Halloway. Then a couple lengths back to Not My Type on the extreme outside up into 4th. Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me towards the inside in 5th, 4 off the lead. 2 lengths to Lucio Non-Earl who drops back. Followed up by Dominican Thunder who's in advance of Holy Dancer. Then 4 lengths back to Belmont Union second last. And Probably Flattery void of any early speed at the back. 5 furlongs to go. Big Brown delivers and Wisecracker. These two feud for the lead. Halloway, Blue Blinkers in 3rd. Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me towards the inside 4th. 4 lengths off the lead. Then 3 lengths to Not My Type in 5th. To the outside of Dominican Thunder. Then 6 lengths back to Halloway, who's 2 lengths in advance of Belmont Union. Lucio Non-Euro second last. Probably Flattery trails the field. On the far turn, Big Brown delivers and Wisecracker, no change of the order. Halloway nudged upon in 3rd to keep up 2 lengths off the lead. Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me races in 4th. 3 lengths back to Dominican Thunder in 5th as they reach the top of the stretch. Wisecracker has headed. Big Brown delivers, but it's Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me on the outside up into 2nd and about 2.5 lengths off the lead. Halloway's in 4th. Well inside the final furlong, it's Wisecracker on top by 2. Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me trying to wear that one down at deep stretch. Wisecracker, Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me in front at the finish. Wisecracker second. Big Brown delivers 3rd. Close for 4th, Belmont Union or Dominican Thunder. Number 1, Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me first. Second, number 2, Wisecracker. Third, number 3, Big Brown Delivers. Fourth, number 4, Belmont Union. Mile 70 yards, 146.90. It's official. 440 the winning mutual on Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me. He comes back to the winner's circle. New York bred, 3-year-old bay gelding by Solomini out of Mula Shmula. Frank Fumira, Jay Lieberman, Guy Orangio, the ownership. Rachel Sells, the trainer. Jeremias Flores, the winning jockey. Mashney Stables, bred Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me. Double $19, exacta $27.80, 50-cent trifecta, $58. Dime Super 1, 2, 3, 4, $38.15. 50-cent pick 4, $58.25. Race number 7 from Finger Lakes, scratch number 6, Majestic Frontier. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, and late daily double wagering. Post time for race 7 in about 19 minutes at 4:05 p.m. Don't forget, a week from now, make your plans to come to Finger Lakes for our annual Labor Day at the races. There'll be hot dog and soda specials for just $1 beginning at 11:30 a.m. at the pavilion on the clubhouse side and at the wire concession stand located on the racing floor. And domestic drafts will be just $3, serving until 4 p.m. We'll have the Jockeys Foot Race after race number 5. That's a fundraiser for the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund, the PDGF. And Finger Lakes will donate $200 for each jockey that participates in that foot race. It'll be a popular $10 bet and get bounce back promotion. Wager $10, win, place, or show at any Finger Lakes live race with the mutual clerks in the upper grandstand or lower clubhouse to receive a bounce back coupon to redeem at the Lucky North Rewards desk for a $10 gaming free play on your next visit. Finger Lakes racing programs will be free at both program stand locations. And we'll have a stakes race as well, $50,000 Arctic Queen Stakes. It came up with a pretty decent sized field. So a lot of things going on in a week here at Finger Lakes on Labor Day.
All right, getting ready for race number 7, and yeah, no doubt about that winner. Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me. I think I said it right that time, despite Wisecracker coming out on him. Probably would have won by a lot more, but he was able to get up to get the victory. Jeremiah's Flores for trainer Rachel Sells. 7th race, it is a 11-9 claimer, non-winners of a race since a date or never won 4 or 3-year-olds going a distance of a mile and a 16th. And look at some of these horses here. We do scratch the 6, Majestic Frontier. For a little bit of a price in here with the 2, Mr. Einstein was kind of impressed by the last race. This horse did very fast fractions for the day, went 47 to the half, and had to work to get the lead when they did those fractions. And finally did get clear and just got run down by Mad Magic, who's a pretty good one. If he could repeat that performance, he could be awfully tough in this spot. He does have the other speed of 42 Ace to worry about, so he may have to go that fast again. But those are extremely quick fractions for that particular day, and this is a day you need to be either on or near the lead. Dates Freedom figures to be very formidable in this spot. He ran a good second, back on June 30th against 30 Oyster. The track was playing that way for speed, and he still almost got up to get the victory, and hasn't had very good trips the last 2 races. So this is a type of spot where he should be in a good stalking position where he could run down the speed of Mr. Einstein and 42 Ace. And 42 Ace is the other speed. 42 Ace did run a good second in a sprint race last time, and the big question is how fitness, and did that horse need a race, and is he going to run better going long? Would figure that the answers would be yes and yes, and if he can, if he does get something out of that race and he stretch out to a route, he's got to figure to be awfully good. He was running against open claimers in New York. It was a long time away from the races, and considering that, he ran exceptionally well behind Breaking Stones to only lose by a half length off of that kind of a layoff. See how this horse does on the stretch out. Again, he's going to have some early speed to be out there with Mr. Einstein. The other one, Flash Kiss, would be a good one to take advantage of that situation if Mr. Einstein and 42 Ace do battle. He'll be in good position to make a run. He ran a good third last time. He was making up a lot of ground. That was the first time stretching out this year, and he wasn't that far behind Mr. Einstein. Now, this racetrack isn't favoring his running style at all, but if it does take its toll, we're talking about a mile and a 16th here. Flash Kiss could have some impact.
Christian Navarro, rider 4 over. Christian Navarro on the 1. Here, Tickle in the 8th race. Horses coming on the track. Seventh race here at Finger Lakes. There's number 1, Big Rich, with Joel Cruz aboard. Number 2, Mr. Einstein and Joey Martinez. Number 3, Flash Kiss and Jose Baez. Number 4, 42 Ace, Andre Worry, the riding assignment. Number 5, Dates Freedom and Luis Perez. Scratch the 6. Number 7, Centavo and Romero Mirage. And number 8 is Post Facto. Juan Negron calling the shots. Post time in just a few minutes. Post time in a couple minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate here at Finger Lakes for race number 7. And the horses have arrived at the starting gate. Race number 7 from Finger Lakes. Claiming race going a mile and a 16th, field of 7. 8 to 5, number 4, 42 Ace. 3 to 1, number 7, Centavo. Centavo and the House Orange Silks, worn by Romero Mirage, up into line. Post facto, the last to load up. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Looks like a great start. It's 42 Ace and Mr. Einstein blasting out for the lead, joined by Post Facto. Post Facto's up into second. Dates Freedom close to the pace today in a joint third with Mr. Einstein. And then it is Flash Kiss, who's in between horses. Centavo's 3 wide around that first turn in second last. And Big Rich has taken up residency at the tail of the field. 42 Ace gets pressure from Post Facto on the outside. They're clear by 3. Dates Freedom's a clear-cut third. 2 more lengths. Centavo tracks in fourth. Big Rich out of last. Early move up the backstretch from Big Rich. Flash Kiss in second last. 8 lengths off the lead. And a length back to Mr. Einstein, who's been shuffled back to the tail of the field. 42 Ace and Post Facto more or less on even terms as they travel up the backstretch. Dates Freedom's 2 lengths off the lead in third as Big Rich attempts to continue that rally outside in fourth. 3 lengths to Centavo, who's 3 lengths in front of Flash Kiss, who's 2 lengths in advance of Mr. Einstein at the back. The half was in 48 and a fifth, 3 furlongs for the winning line. It's Post Facto takes over from 42 Ace. Big Rich looms the danger on the outside, and Big Rich and Dates Freedom with a daring move up the inside, and Dates Freedom and Big Rich are first and second. Post Facto is under pressure in third, a few more lengths back to Flash Kiss in fourth, but many lengths off the lead as they turn into the stretch, and it's Big Rich and Dates Freedom. These two square off in mid-stretch. They're clear by 6 over Flash Kiss in third. 16th to go. It's Dates Freedom inching away from Big Rich at the 16th pole, and Dates Freedom will give jockey Luis Perez 2 wins on the card. Big Rich second, Flash Kiss third, Centavo fourth. Five, 1, 3, 7. Number 5, Dates Freedom first. Mile 16th, 148.09. 5137 in race 7 from Finger Lakes. 1120 is the winning mutual. On Dates Freedom. Back to the winner's circle. Dates Freedom picks up career win number 10. New York bred. 6-year-old dark brown gelding by American Freedom on a Southern Truth. Michael Ferraro is the owner as well as the trainer. Luis Perez with the riding double today. Eaton and Tomey Incorporated bred Dates Freedom. Double 28.80, exacta 77.50, 50-cent try, $52.62. Dime super, $43.15. Eighth and final Finger Lakes. Put Christian Navarro on number 1 here. Tickle 4 over. Exacta trifecta superfecta wagering. Post time in 19 minutes.
and look at it. And yeah, I mean, Omaha Pistol probably got the worst of it when you watch it that way. But the thing is, do you take a horse that's been a beaten favorite 4 times in a row and 5 of the last 6, or if it's so close between them, you go the other direction? Now, the one thing with All of a Suddenly, he's been here before. He ran back in May. He ran a maiden special weight. That was before taking the blinkers off, and he ran relatively well. I mean, Omaha Pistol beat him the race before when they ran in New York, going 7 furlongs. So what's interesting is the distance. They've met up before, going longer distances. Now the two of them will meet up here at Finger Lakes, going 6 furlongs. Well, they have similar profile as far as their running style. They both have tactical speed, a little bit more speed for longer distances. But again, All of a Suddenly, who had higher odds when they met, I'm going to give a slight edge to, because just Omaha Pistol, there's a question mark as far as whether that horse wants to win. But it's hard to separate them when you look at the form. Right now, Omaha Pistol at even money, All of a Suddenly at odds of 5-2. If you're looking for some more of the horses that have been here, that have races over the track, Real Aleve takes a drop. This horse has been running against special weights and not that badly beaten against some decent special weight fields. He was running against 20,000s in New York before arriving here. Ran third behind Painting Stones back in July, and then last time was 8 legs beaten. The biggest problem for Real Aleve the last 2 starts is he just hasn't been breaking that well. If this horse breaks better today, he probably wins. But when you do it twice in a row, it seems like it could be a habit, especially as a maiden here, that needs to be broken. If maybe it's as a horse player, you kind of expect it when it happens consecutive times. The one is Here Tickle, who is very well bred. Here's a horse by Practical Joke, to dance by Union Rags. He cuts back big time in distance as he's been going primarily routes at Gulfstream Park. His only sprint race was his debut. He's claimed out of that race. It wasn't like he ran that badly. It was a runaway winner. Lawler at Gulfstream Park, the King Lawler. Well, this one will try Finger Lakes competition. In a sense, he gets a drop in Class 2 and not impossible here. Exacta Try is super offered in today's last race. You got about 5 minutes to post.
Horses are coming on the track for the 8th and final. From Finger Lakes, number 1 is Here Tickle, jockey change Christian Navarro. Skip to the 3, Disco Dancer, Nasario Alvarado, the jock. Number 4 is Omaha Pistol, Romero Mirage. Number 5 is All of a Suddenly, and Christopher Elliott. Number 6, Real Aleve, Andre Worry. Number 7, My Kinda Crazy, and Emmanuel De Diego. Number 8, Racer X and Kevin Navarro. And already on the turn, number 2 is Night Missio and Giam Rohina. Post time in a few. Post time in a couple minutes. Horses are approaching the starting gate for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Tuesday's program is now available for download for free at fingerlakesgaming.com. Tuesday's program now online at fingerlakesgaming.com. Horses have reached the starting gate for the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. Got a field of 8 to go 6 furlongs made in claimers. 4 to 5, number 4, Omaha Pistol. 8 to 5, number 5, All of a Suddenly. Rio Leve going up. My Kinda Crazy and Racer X. Racer X going up and in. They're all in the gates. And they're off. Here Tickle with a sluggish beginning. It's Disco Dancer who rushes out for the lead. All of a sudden he's on the outside with Rio Oleve. Second and third. Now Night Missio's improving up the inside, up into third. Fifth place belongs to Omaha Pistol to the inside of My Kinda Crazy. A gap of 3 lengths back to Racer X, who's about 7 or 8 lengths in front of Here Tickle, who's at the back of the pack. 3 abreast as they make the entry into the turn. Night Missio with a burst of energy getting that lead over All of a Suddenly in second. It's Rio Aleve contending outside in third as Disco Dancer drops back. In fourth, My Kind of Crazy fifth. Then it's Omaha Pistol 4 lengths off the lead into the top 5. Racer X in second last, and Here Tickle way behind as they arrive at the top of the stretch, and it's All of a Suddenly with 3/16 to go has the lead by a length. Rio Aleve threatens on the outside. Night Missio shuffled in third. Then in fourth, Racer X, who's 5 lengths off the lead as they run to the 16th pole. All of a Suddenly clings to that lead. Rio Aleve's on the outside. Racer X dives over towards the inside at deep stretch. All of a Suddenly holds over Rio Aleve. Then it was Racer X and Night Missio. Five, six, eight, two in the 8th and final from Finger Lakes. 6 furlongs, 113.49. To the winner's circle, number 5, All of a Suddenly. New York bred. 4-year-old bay gelding by Super Estrella. Stop the Spending. Beast Mode Racing. The owner, Robert Falcone Jr., the trainer. Christopher Elliott, the winning jockey. Beast Mode LLC, bred All of a Suddenly. It's official, $4.10 the winning mutual. Double, $30.20. Exacta, $30.60. 50-cent try, $80 even. Dime super, $65.50. 50-cent pick 3, $22.25. Pick 4, 404. $89.12. Pick 5, 505. $343 even. 8th race, last live race here at Finger Lakes for a Monday. Next live racing date tomorrow, Tuesday. Got a 9-race card, first post at 1 p.m. From high atop the roof here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, this is your track announcer, Bill Downs, signing off. Have a tremendous evening.